form. This one we like.
What happened?
What happened? Your body, it's ours now. Our mission requires it. Surrender. Surrender to us now. You hear us. Join us. Or get out!
No! Stop!
Stop. You really want to die? Then embrace the energy of the flame if you want to live. Your body is fully healed. The power of death cannot claim you now. Do you feel it? The energy of the netherworld. That is what flows through you. Now, join with us.
to find a way out of here.
A ver, un segundo, lo voy a arreglar ahora. Sorry. Qué bueno, ahí sí. No hay problema, gente. Todo bien.
Where is he? A tear, a soul. Accept it. It will give us strength. Now you too will hear the memories of the dead.
Die. I need to see my daughter.
Emperor, you'll pay for what you did to me.
jeez! There are Yetis here! Everyone run! is! Grab him!
Did you see that? It was a giant yeti.
¿Cómo estamos, Juanín? Tantos años. Bien, hermano. Bien, tranquilo. Ay, o sea, ahora, bueno, estoy en la casa hasta el... Probablemente hasta el martes. Martes ya vuelvo a trabajar. Pero bien, tranquilo, weón. ¿Tú cómo has estado? Estaba con temas de salud, pero ahí tratando de mejorar, weón. Sí, weón. Mucha pega, weón. Eh, Estaba trabajando mucho. Como yo te diría que 12 horas diarias, más o menos. Definitivamente. La verdad que sí. O sea, estaba jugando solamente 2 días a la semana. Ah, y tú también estás con mucho trabajo. O sea, estamos igual, ¿no? No, estamos igual. Queremos, yo en la semana, o sea, honestamente mis días libres no tengo tiempo. O sea, juego, o sea, en la semana no tengo tiempo. Y los días libres intento jugar los juegos que tengo, porque tengo demasiados juegos y no he podido hacer nada. O sea, no he podido avanzar mucho, digamos. Sí, bueno, estamos pero igualitos, hermano. O sea, todo tiene un coste en la vida, ¿no? ¿Quieres que te vaya bien? Tenés que trabajar harto. Maldito dinero, sí, weón, maldito dinero. Yo lo necesito, weón. Me gusta el dinero. Maldito puto dinero. Ah, verga. El dinero. Esta weá va a ser muy difícil. No, va a ser difícil esta weá. Yo creo que, o sea, yo creo que todos queremos dinero.
Peace at last.
Y lo que pasa es que Khazan no es un juego fácil, hermano. O sea, no lo estoy jugando en experto, pero lo estoy jugando en desafío. Que es la segunda dificultad más difícil del juego. Y lo acabo de poner, o sea que es mi primera experiencia con este juego. Tengo que aprender más. Definitivamente. O sea, imagínate que, con solo decirte, o sea, como no he tenido tiempo, tengo como 25 o 30 juegos que tengo ahí que ni siquiera he jugado, o más tal vez, no sé. Tengo incluso juegos que preordené, que todavía no salen, pero no o sea, tampoco creo que tenga tiempo de jugarlos en el momento en que salgan. Tú sabes cómo soy yo. O sea, no sé, bueno, el tiempo es oro, hermano. El tiempo es oro. El tiempo es oro. Puta, me he comprado todo lo que me gusta hasta el momento. Este salió hace rato y lo compré cuando salió. Y como le metí 120 horas al Roadcraft, no he tenido tiempo de jugarlo, la verdad. Oh, madre. Puta, un gusto verte, hermano. Sabes que te quiero mucho, más allá de que no te hable, o no te hablo para no huevearte, y yo también ando medio ocupado, pero siempre te quiero, hermano, siempre te voy a querer. Tú sabes que te tengo en mi corazón. Estamos hablando, hermano. Un abrazo, hermanito.
show you a powerful early game build for the first Berserker Khazan that's perfect for taking down bosses and clearing areas quickly. This setup gives you a massive advantage right from the start, setting you up to crush bosses and dominate every encounter. You'll be mowing down enemies and overwhelming the battlefield with ease. So let's not waste any time and jump straight into the build. Let's start with the stats. For our setup, we'll focus on vitality, endurance, and proficiency. Among these three, the most important one is proficiency. Now, you might be wondering, why proficiency? The answer is simple: stamina damage and dodge stamina cost. In this game, stamina is everything, not just for you, but for enemies too. The winner in most fights is usually the one who manages stamina better and deals more stamina damage. By investing in proficiency, you'll deal more stamina damage to enemies, which exhausts them faster. Once they're exhausted, you can land more brutal attacks and finish fights quickly. Plus, proficiency also reduces the stamina cost of dodging. Just don't go over 30 points in vitality and endurance. Those are the soft caps. After that, returns start dropping. Put the rest into proficiency to boost your effectiveness. Since we're going all in on proficiency, you've probably guessed it. We're using the spear for this build. Don't worry, you can always respec and switch.
In the first Berserker Khazan, there are a ton of things you can do to become OP extremely early in the game, whether it's some of the better higher damage skills, investing in certain stats in your skill tree, or just unleashing the ultimate combos for each weapon. I'm going to show you how to become OP early. First, before we talk about how to become OP early, is to talk about what stats are important. First Berserker Khazan revolves completely around stamina, keeping your stamina gauge as full as possible, as long as possible, so that way you can always dodge attacks and unleash the most insane combos. As you begin to level, you're going to be able to upgrade your stats using the Blade Nexus, using a currency called Lacrima that you'll get by defeating enemies and finding throughout the missions. One thing to note is you shouldn't necessarily be afraid to go ahead and upgrade and experiment with your stats. You can always find primeval regression orbs throughout the campaign that will allow you to reset stats and actually return all that XP to you to reuse. This will let us experiment quite a lot, but ideally I would want to say the first thing you want to focus on here is vitality, mainly because vitality is going to give you the most health possible. Each upgrade gives you 50 health, meaning if you get 20 points in vitality, you essentially get an extra 1000 HP. It's seriously going to help, and again, it's the only stat on this board that actually gives you resistance. Now, endurance gives you more stamina and stamina recovery rate, but I would spec a little bit less into this out of the beginning because you can get stamina from other things like gear and weapons. Now, as far as some of our skills go, there's some very OP skills that can just absolutely demolish enemies. But first, you have the common skill tree, and some of these are actually way better than you would think. First off, you want to pay attention to these specific 3 under the resource section. This is going to be Opportunistic Spirit, Berserk Spirit, and Indomitable Spirit. The cool thing with Opportunistic Spirit is it actually allows you to gain Spirit upon performing a brink dodge, meaning if you time a dodge perfectly, you actually gain Spirit, which will allow you to do all kinds of different special Spirit attacks depending on what weapon you're using. Especially if you're playing a primarily dodge-based build, doesn't actually reward you with any Spirit at all. If you dodge perfectly 100 out of 100 times, you get no Spirit for it. However, if you upgrade this to the max or even put a couple points here, this means that each dodge will grant you Spirit, meaning you can perform those high damage attacks basically for free. Now, the same kind of goes for Indomitable Spirit. Indomitable Spirit actually increases the Spirit accumulation upon performing a Brink Guard. So essentially, when you perform a Brink Guard or a Perfect Guard, you automatically gain Spirit. By investing one single point in the skill, you actually accumulate Spirit much quicker. From what I was able to tell, basically 33% more. And you're going to really notice this if you're playing a Brink Guard heavy focused build, meaning you're going to be getting a ton of Spirit accumulation early, and the other skill, Berserk Spirit, increases your Spirit accumulation upon attack, meaning every attack you hit on enemies, you're going to be getting more Spirit from that in general. It's where you get about 20 to 30% more Spirit just by having 1 point spec here. I think if you had to pick between all 3, Indomitable Spirit is probably the best, but they're all very good and can get you tons of Spirit very quickly. Now, another skill to consider here is Reflection. Now, Reflection is a little bit harder to perform. Essentially, you need to use your L1 and triangle button on PlayStation, which you can do by holding your guard button and then pressing your potent blow button at the right time, so that way your swing actually meets the enemies. This is what it looks like, and not only does it do an insane amount of damage when you land it, but it also does a ton of stamina damage. Practicing reflecting enemies' attacks is probably the most OP attack in the game, but make sure first you grab the reflection skill at a minimum. But early in the game, when you only have so many mastery points, I would definitely recommend grabbing Reflection Swift. This is going to shorten the activation time for your reflection, meaning the timing is much more forgiving and it's easier to time. Now, something else important you could grab early on is in the Brutal Attack section. I would also consider taking Brutal Attack Reap even very early, and the primary reason is especially when it comes to boss fights or just regularly exploring the missions, this is going to restore a decent amount of your health upon using your brutal attacks from the front, meaning that brutal attacks are going to reward you with huge damage, but also help you restore some of that health, especially early in the game when you don't have many health potions. Restoring some of your health this way very consistently can help you survive a lot of the fights and help you progress through the game a lot quicker. If you take any of these common skills on the left, this is what I would recommend taking. Now we're going to look at the dual wield skills and what, in my opinion, are some of the most OP. So I've already started playing a brink dodge build, and regardless of whether you're playing spear, greatsword, or dual wielding, whether you're playing dodge or brink like primarily, I would definitely invest a lot of points there first. This is going to help you deal a lot of damage early, as well as up your defenses and stamina, because the only way you lose this game is by dying, and one of the big ways you die is by running out of stamina. So for instance, for dual wielding, I spec'd into blowback, which actually deals damage to enemies upon brink guards, meaning every time I land a brink guard, the enemy takes regular and stamina damage. And I also put 3 out of 3 here in Ironclad, so that way it decreases stamina consumed upon a successful guard. You can definitely consider putting 3 out of 3 here for Penetrate, as it significantly decreases the stamina cost for dodging, which means we get a ton of dodges for free. Even if we don't land any perfect brink dodges, we can dodge like non-stop and then immediately replenish our stamina and dodge like 15 more times, as well as the upgrade to brink guards and the reduced stamina there. Now the main thing here is I would recommend 2 specific skills that are absolutely broken for dual wield weapons, and that is Gale and Gale Scar. Essentially what Gale does, it allows you to hold and charge your dual wielding potent blow and then essentially stab into an enemy, inflict them with the injured status, meaning that they're bleeding, and then what happens is you'll gain the vigor effect every time an injured enemy actually takes damage. What's cool about this is your damage dealt actually increases for each stack you have on the enemy up to 10 stacks, meaning you can deal an extreme amount of increased damage when an enemy has 10 stacks of this on them. And then Gale's Scar actually allows you to explode that gathered vigor, or that 10 stacks, to deal significant damage to them all at once. What's great about Gale is it can actually stun lock an enemy, as well as basically totally deplete their stamina bar with just a little bit of stamina of your own, allowing you to exhaust them without them basically ever being able to attack you in a lot of cases. Now, if playing dual wield, you should also invest in the outrage skill. This is going to allow you to essentially slam an enemy on a sprint, which does tons of heavy damage, and it can actually one-shot a decent amount of enemies. Keep in mind, remember, on our common skill tree, if we're using Berserk Spirit and Indomitable Spirit, we're going to be generating a ton of Spirit for our build, meaning having something like Ruthless is a great combo because it's going to allow us to spend all that free Spirit that we're generating and unleash these huge attacks, especially when fully upgraded. You can see our huge slam here, just wiping out enemies in one hit, and then comboing that with our spirit skill that then just goes to town, demolishing the other. Now, if you find Gale just makes your build way too overpowered, which it probably does, you can swap that out for Dragon Slayer. And the cool thing with Dragon Slayer is you can hold your potent blow to actually deal a dash attack. And once you combine that with the upgrade for intuition, you can actually press Y again and change that into a double slash attack that deals quite a lot of damage. You can see here, upon charging it, it hits pretty hard, and then it can also chain into some pretty big damage very quickly, especially when you dodge an attack and then just jump right back into it. It hits really, really hard. Those couple skills makes this build early on extremely, extremely good for the dual wield. Now, next we'll talk about the spear and what makes it absolutely broken, especially early in the game. Primarily, we're focusing around Moonlight, which is our swift attack, and then Moonlight Stance. The way this works is when your regular attack or Moonlight strikes an enemy, you actually enter Moonlight Stance, which deals additional after image attacks, and it actually lasts for 15 seconds, meaning that once you have this at level 3, you're dealing a bunch of extra stamina damage, and with this setup, this means you can essentially always be in Moonlight Stance without even having to try, giving us automatic tons of free damage. Now, Moonlight Stance Vitality gives us increased stamina recovery rate while in Moonlight Stance, which again is going to be up all of the time, and that way, so while charging in Moonlight Stance, it will actually change your potent blow, and it decreases the charging speed and increases the attack's horizontal range. And once you complete that third swift attack of Moonlight, this will put you into Moonlight Stance. And you can see here, if we complete our swift attack combo, we're then going to enter Moonlight Stance, meaning we can charge up our potent blow and deal tons of damage, especially tons of stamina damage. Now, also one of the most OP skills for the spear is going to be 0 point for your potent blow. This makes it so that if you're hitting an enemy with potent blow or a vital strike, essentially you can hit the square button. It will actually perform a bunch of consecutive stabs that can deal massive damage. If you press square after 0 point, this will chain it into a final swift attack, but if you hit Y, it'll actually chain into assault and shadow reversal. And make sure you take Fortress here for increased damage. Now, what's cool about this is we can go and chain from a potent blow straight to 0 point, straight into shadow reversal all at the same time. Now, the shadow reversal chain skill is great because during a swift attack or during that setup, you can actually press Y to do a thrust with your spear, and pressing Y after the attack actually repositions you behind the enemy if their stance is broken. Combine that with shadow reversal impact, and you can break the stance of more enemies and increase the amount of shock that shadow reversal deals, meaning you can get behind enemies and deal more damage to them much more often. What's great is you can chain your potent blow into the bunch of consecutive stabs, and then combine that with your shadow reversal, dealing tons of damage and huge combos. And again, you can cycle those combos repeatedly, meaning you can hit triangle to do a potent blow, hit square to do your 0 point turn consecutive stabs, and then hit Y again to do your shadow reversal attack, followed by another Y to essentially slash behind the enemy. Make sure you also combine this with breakdown for your guard, so you actually increase stamina damage dealt to the enemy hit by a brink guard. Rod Smite, so if you brink guard an enemy, you can immediately swiftly counterattack them, which you can also chain into a bunch of the other combos, and Phantom Heat Wave. This is going to be important because whether you're fighting a boss or regular enemies, it spins the spear to block all attacks with brink guards for a short duration. It also deals counter-strike damage to the enemy when blocking attacks, and it upgrades the aura strikes in Moonlight and Full Moon for 30 seconds upon each moon, dealing extra damage 30 seconds every single time you cast this. You can see here, if we use this, no matter what attacks they really hit us with, we're basically dealing attack damage, but also keeping us completely free from damage ourselves. It's basically being invincible and killing that enemy at the exact same time. So with the Greatsword, you can do a ton of OP damage with this very early, and it's because of a couple of these skills that I'm going to show you. Primarily the swift attack section, you can go into Sack Momentum. This section is actually is charged on the regular swift swift attack, meaning it gains a ton of speed and a ton of damage. That way we can attack enemies way out in front of us. As you can see, we can stand pretty far back. We can just swipe at this guy, and if we were a bunch of enemies right here, they would all get hit by us as well, making it a really OP upgrade to our basic skill. Then you can upgrade into blows. This makes it so if we do a potent blow with a swift attack, it actually channels energy into the sword and delivers a much more powerful higher damage swing. If you pair this with the upgrade, you can enable chaining into mortal blow after dodging against the next one. Meaning if we were to do a sprint attack, then we can charge into a mortal blow, or we could just simply sprint at an enemy, do a sprint attack, and then do a mortal blow directly after for much damage. And if you actually take heated battle, it'll increase your boys and decreases damage taken while attacking, anyone with face tanking enemies and just demolishing them. One thing that allows damage is being able to break their body and stagger them much easier with increases in kills. Additionally, when you take that damage while attacking, you get increased damage here for that ongoing attack, and you actually gain spirit from it for free. And then with heavy pressure, it increases your charge time for attack skill, and it charge attack. You see we do a charge attack here. It takes a little long, and then we can immediately do another charge attack, and it goes much faster. Expand some of these much faster. Now again, we can select overrun, so you can actually hit square after a dodge attack to actually deliver an additional attack after your dodge attack. Keep in mind that means we can also chain this into our mortal blow since we have the mortal blow upgrade skill. You can also spec in Helmbreaker, so forward dodge attacks and sprint attacks can actually be charged, meaning you do a front flip in the air and you can do this really cool powerful downward slash attack, which is really cool. Here you can chain a dodge attack and do your blow for free, again making one dodge lead to the enemy. And then finally we want to go to our potent blow, which will increase the range of a charged potent blow, meaning we can stand back at a 25 distance and just spam these at enemies and deal tons of damage to them this way. But we also want to ghost on block skill, so that when charging the potent blow, it'll actually guard against enemy attacks using this ghost arm while charging it, performing a break guard that actually deals damage to the enemy, not only keeping you safe during your potent blow as long as you have stamina, but it'll actually increase the activation speed of your next potent blow that you charge after chaining it with ghost arm. You see, if you're getting hit here during our potent blow while you're charging it, we can hit our guard, but this will allow us to perform a perfect guard, meaning we can immediately jump right into the attack, and it gives you a free protection, so we don't have to worry about not being able to charge the guard up because we have infinite defense from it since we're able to blow attack. And then finally we have our spirit attack, which is giant hunt, which you can actually charge using your spirit forward to deal huge waves of damage to enemies moving forward, which is especially useful for bigger enemies and bosses, because once you can exhaust them or get them to the point where they're vulnerable to an attack, then they start to charge this and slow us down. You can see we'll go ahead and charge this up and deal tons of damage to him with one single swing. Again, we can just charge it back up and blow, deflecting the attack that comes in our way. If he happens to attack during it, we exhaust him immediately and then just destroy him with a single hit. The Great Sword deals tons of huge damage to enemies, and these skills are especially OP early in the game. Now, something that's going to also determine how OP we can actually become at the beginning, you can see dual wielding skill for the Great Sword scales with strength and proficiency, and the Spear scales with proficiency and willpower. If we were to put the Spear, we would pay attention to our proficiency. Proficiency has B and willpower actually have B and C, meaning if we were to put points in willpower, we would actually gain plus 3 stats, but if we were to upgrade proficiency, we would actually gain 4 attack damage to our stats. And even though our stats upgrade specific things for our builds, you want to make sure if you're looking specifically at attack damage, that one of your highest upgraded stats is one of your higher scaling stats for your weapon, like proficiency for the spear in this case. If you're a greatsword user, that's
What have we here?
I was helpless. I was lucky it was the Bantu who found me.
Your body, give it to us.
Are we awake, sir? You have a ghost possessing you. Apologies, but to conquer it, you must undergo the trials of the Snow Mountain. You must be careful. The ghost possessing you is a powerful one. It will be very dangerous to purge yourself of it.
Your body, we must have it.
You want to rid yourself of the ghost? Then you must prove yourself in the trials of the 3 Bantu gods in order to receive their blessings. After that, you must find a way through the storm at the mountain's apex. Take my advice. Let fate be your guide. This is the same trial Bantu warriors can choose to undergo. The gods of the Bantu will decide if you are worthy of their blessings. The trial will begin when you pick up the weapon. The nature of the enemies depends on you, but the objective is always the same. Defeat all enemies that emerge from the abyss. There will be 3 trials and 3 blessings for you. The ghost inside you is no ordinary one. It is several different evil spirits now acting as one. It has chosen you, with the powerful emotions that burn within you. You are a great prize for it. It will not willingly let you go. We followed the monster's roar and found you. Maybe it was the will of the gods. The Empire is our enemy, Khazan, but we still owe you much. If you had not defeated the Berserker dragon, then we would all have been doomed.
You'll get paid if you finish this next job. So get out there, get the mission done, and absolutely no goofing off.
Önceliklerini seç. Tamam.
the blessings of the three go with you.
You are trying to get rid of us. Why would you want that? You think this will work? Go ahead, try it.
Just absolutely demolish enemies. But first you have the common skill tree, and some of these are actually way better than you would think. First off, you want to pay attention to these specific three under the resource section. This is going to be Opportunistic Spirit, Berserk Spirit, and Indomitable Spirit. The cool thing with Opportunistic Spirit is it actually allows you to gain Spirit upon performing a brink dodge, meaning if you time a dodge perfectly, you actually gain Spirit, which will allow you to do all kinds of different special Spirit attacks depending on what weapon you're using. Especially if you're playing a primarily dodge-based build, doesn't actually reward you with any Spirit at all. If you dodge perfectly,
I will overcome these trials, no matter how long it takes.
Remember us, General. Why did you abandon our town?
Khazan, why did you kill us?
Leave us. You must help us.
survived that one. Not that it will make much difference.
What this actually lets you do is charge your regular enemies right here. Has energy into the sword and delivers a much more powerful, higher damage swing. And if you pair this with the Mortal Blow upgrade, it actually enables chaining into Mortal Blow after dodge attacks and sprint attacks. Meaning if we were to do a regular sprint attack, then we could then charge into a Mortal Blow, or we could just simply sprint at an enemy, do a sprint attack, and then do a Mortal Blow directly after for huge damage. Now if you actually take Heat of Battle, it'll increase your poise and decreases damage taken while attacking, meaning while we're face tanking enemies.
who overcome these trials will be blessed by the gods and receive the power they seek.
Is it true, General? Are you really a traitor?
All we did was follow your orders. Are we not traitors too? That's what caused you such anguish. Pathetic. Who do you think you are? Some kind of high and mighty hero? Ha!
is! Grab him!
surrender. Your honor, your friends, all of it gone. You have nothing left to fight for. Do you really think you can win against the Emperor?
Ozma, my friend, I will avenge you.
You really think you can do this? Defeat us, the Blade Phantom? Stupid little mortal. no way out. This we declare. They belong to us! You dare try to defy us?
You were once a hero of the Empire, but not now. For endangering all of Pelros, you are sentenced to death.
Submit to us! Why fight the inevitable?
I will have no masters. You need my body, but I need your strength. We don't need to be enemies. I swear on my honor, my blood. We can work together, cooperate. You help me, I help you.
Bargain, is it? Very well. If this is what is required. We conquer. No! Enough! We have but one goal. To restore order to the Netherworld.
Then help me. And I will help you do this.
Our alliance is formed. How long it lasts is up to you.
The ghost? Did you purge yourself of it? No. You have chosen a different way. A different and more dangerous way.
As long as I get my revenge. And that is all that matters.
Your fate, it has changed now. The ghost will be your guide on this new path you have found.
The old woman is right. We will lead you this way.
May the blessings of the three go with you.
Absolute ruler of the Netherworld. We are the messengers of the Netherworld, bound by our pact to Charon. Did you summon us?
The order of the Netherworld. It's being disrupted by the mortal world.
Unacceptable. Resolve this now. All of us are the souls of powerful warriors. We will do as you command. But we will need a physical form. We can do nothing in the mortal world without a body. And it must be a powerful body. We must find one. One strong enough to accomplish Charon's command. You are the one we were waiting for. We conquer. We conquer. At last, a physical form. We thought his soul, his body, would easily be ours. But we underestimated him. It will not happen again. We have an agreement, mortal. Now we hold you to it. We must fulfill our duty to Charon. We need to go to the Ember's temple. The spectral portal will take us there. underworld energy is seeping out from the temple. We must find the cause of this. Charon governs the gates of the netherworld. He is the absolute ruler of the realm. He tasks us with restoring order to the netherworld. Are we then his servant? No. Let us say we choose to do this for him. The order of the netherworld has been disrupted. The river of fate is drying up. The balance between life and death is out of harmony. Charon requires us to find out the cause of this disruption and restore the balance. Mortal, you are aware that we are the convergence of several ghosts. The more ghosts we absorb, the greater our strength. Among us are those who have slumbered through ages untold. Awakening them and forging a pact is another path to gaining power. Not long ago, one of our own stirred from its long slumber. It's a formidable force we absorbed ages ago on the snowy mountain. It would be wise to harness its power.
Who the hell are you? Some wandering beggar, I expect. And do you want with this old woman? Me? I'm an alchemist. I go where I want. If it's any business of yours. Currently, my work brings me here to the crevice. I've decided to stick around here for a while, helping out fools like you. Ah, fine. I'll help you with one thing. Bring me some items. It doesn't matter if they're yours or someone else's. I'll extract the lacrima within. That damn ghost of yours will find it useful too. You're working with that ghost, are you? This means you have some knowledge about lacrima. Everything contains lacrima. And I have the power to extract it. But when I do, the object vanishes. It's all about balance. The law of equivalent exchange.
If you're jumping into the first Berserker Khazan and want to know some combat tips, tricks, and other useful information to help you get the most out of the game right from the start, then look no further, because I'm going to break down all the important stuff that I wish I knew when I first started playing the game. And of course, there are no story spoilers in this video, so if you want to remain completely surprised, this is a safe space. I won't be showing any boss footage outside of what you would have had access to in the demo. Now let's start by addressing the elephant in the room, the game's difficulty. One of the most unique things about Khazan that sets it apart from other Souls-likes is that in terms of difficulty, it has the potential to be a lot more approachable for casual gamers. After you die a couple times, you'll be prompted to change your difficulty level, picking between either easy or normal. Now, I've played around with easy mode a bit and did notice that it was slightly easier, at least in terms of how much damage the enemies were dealing and how quickly my stamina was recovering. But that's not to say this game isn't still a challenge. This is by no means story mode. Even on easy, you still need to get good at the game's core combat mechanics in order to progress. Now I know easy mode is probably going to get a lot of hate online and true fans are going to dismiss it and anyone that uses it, but the developers put it in the game for a reason, so don't feel bad for using it. You do also have the ability to toggle back to easy from the accessibility settings if you start on normal and find that it's a bit too much. But be warned, you can only do this once. Once you switch over to easy, there's no going back unless you start a brand new playthrough. At the end of the day, you should pick the difficulty level that's right for you and that fits your playstyle and your lifestyle. Now there are a few other things that stand out to me as unique to Khazan as attempts by the developers to make the game more approachable. For example, like when you fight a main game boss, you'll receive an amount of lacrima each time you die. Lacrima is basically the souls of the first Berserker and is what's used to level up your character. The amount of lacrima you get corner of your screen will turn yellow when you have enough to add on additional level, so that's definitely something you'll want to keep an eye out for. Okay, now let's talk about the combat, because this really is the star of the show with Khazan. It starts out simple, but as you progress through the game, it becomes increasingly complex and a lot of fun. One of the most important combat mechanics that you'll need to familiarize yourself with is the Brink Guard. A successful Brink Guard will block damage from the enemy's attack, but more importantly, it'll drain the enemy's Fortitude Bar, which is Khazan's version of the Stagger Bar. Once that Fortitude Bar goes all the way down, the enemy will be left exhausted and you can move in to deal a brutal attack. These are going to be your best windows of opportunities to deal damage, and in the later stages, these are going to be your starting points for chaining together high damage combos. This is one of the ways where the game really rewards you for being and staying aggressive. Deal enough damage to keep the pressure up and you'll wear down the enemy's Fortitude Bar and be able to deal a brutal attack. Now likewise, you can also dodge, and by dodging at the right time, you can perform a Brink Dodge. This will move you out of the way of the attack, and you can usually position yourself behind the enemy to deal some extra damage. And if you're struggling with the timing of the Brink Guard, definitely try practicing with some of the different weapon types. The Greatsword and the Spear do have slightly different timings, so you might find that one works better for you than another. Now there is an essential skill you absolutely need to pick up and upgrade as soon as possible, because once you learn how to master it, it will absolutely trivialize some of the hardest enemies in the game. And that skill is the Reflection skill, which is in the common skill tree. The Reflection skill basically acts as the game's parry, and even with some of the tougher bosses in the game, it'll only take 2 or 3 well-timed reflections and you'll be able to get their Fortitude Bar all the way down. Now the window here is much tighter. Basically what you're trying to do is hit the enemy's hit. And once again, the animation takes a little bit longer because Khazan does more of a full swing. So you'll want to press and hold down the guard button, and right when you see the enemies start to go into their swing, that's when you're going to want to press R2. This is certainly a high-risk, high-reward skill to learn, and definitely will take some practice to master, but I promise you that it's worth it. Now in terms of other skills, I would recommend going all in on a skill branch that matches your weapon. For example, I prefer to use the dual wield, and that's what I've been using most of this playthrough, and I prefer to use swift attacks or the light attacks. So I've learned the whirlwind skill and upgraded it all the way, and then went as far as to upgrade the speed of it as well. Now another good thing about the whirlwind skill is that you can use it to jump onto ledges. I always find it kind of annoying when games don't have a jump option, so this is a fun little workaround. Now for other skills, look to invest in spirit skills that can be signed to your shortcut keys. You'll know these skills from the skill tree because they say command in the description. These skills are unique abilities that will cost spirit, but deal a high amount of damage. And once again, I recommend going all in on certain skills and upgrading them to their max level rather than spreading out your skill points. And one of the other things that's great about Khazan is that you're not penalized for respecing your skill tree. You can unlearn skills at your leisure, so feel free to play around and experiment with the different skills that fit your playstyle. Now the game does also have summons that you can use in battle, although if I'm being honest, I found this to be mostly useless. I'm not going to show any summon footage here to avoid any boss spoilers, but anytime I've used a summon, they typically just charge in and get themselves killed straight away and don't usually do a good job at attracting the boss's aggro. Maybe this is something that gets patched in a future update to make them more effective, but for now I found them mostly distracting. So even though I'm not a fan, let me quickly explain how the system works because it's a little bit different and does get a little confusing. Once you unlock the ability to use a summon, which happens pretty early, you'll be able to activate. So if you don't plan on using summons, you can just skip these altogether. Now when it comes to leveling up your character and creating your build, there's a few things you want to keep in mind because once again, I think there's some unique things here to this system that make it a little bit different. Each of the stats shit about us. Collect that loot, it isn't just automatically given to you, so be sure that you're remembering to go through and do that. Now from the Blade Nexus, you'll also get access to Khazan's memories. This will give you a types that you've faced. This can be pretty useful for gathering information about a specific enemy type and learning their weaknesses, but more importantly, there are quests and missions in here that can give you some extra loot. And you do have to go back into the codex to collect that loot, it isn't just automatically given to you, so be sure that you're remembering to go through and do that. Now from the Blade Nexus, you'll also get access to Khazan's memories. This will give you a summary of the area and the information for any NPCs that you met there, but what the game doesn't really do a good job of explaining is that from there you can use vengeance points to update your passive stats like stamina damage increase, and damage increase multiplier. To collect vengeance points, you need to basically check off the various quests, side quests, and collectibles in that region. If you find everything that region has to offer, you're rewarded with vengeance points. This helps add a little extra incentive to make sure that you're exploring the area fully and finding everything that it has to offer. But the fact that the codex even exists at all, let alone the fact that you can upgrade your stats within it, is pretty well hidden, so make sure you're not missing out. Okay, and those are all the tips and tricks that I wish I knew when I first got started with the first Berserker Khazan. If you found this video helpful or learned something new, be sure to leave a like and let me know in the comments. And don't forget to subscribe for even more first Berserker content. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
We must...
Spirit of the great warrior Keshta, why do you stay silent in my hour of need?
You want my strength? Prove to me you're worthy. of the unyielding shall lend you my strength.
Following Charon's command, we accepted a new soul. Choose which ghost to bind with. The Blade Nexus will be your guide.
General, what brings you here? I actually have some information about that ghost within you. The phantom within you loves battle, thrives on it. It must have searched for a body strong enough to survive in battle, which is why it chose you. This sanctuary must have been quite the prize for a spirit like that. Storm Pass is where the mightiest Bantu warriors are born. There is a strangely familiar presence among the ghosts within you. Since your last visit, its presence has been growing stronger. I believe it to be the spirit of an ancient Bantu warrior. Your trial must have awakened it. The phantom that resides within you is quite exceptional indeed. Combat is essential to it, a unique amalgamation forged over time from countless other ghosts. Over the course of many years, the ghosts fall into a slumber. You must awaken these ghosts and make a pact with them, or force them into one. Be aware, this endeavor is not without risk, but I am sure with your strength, General, you will succeed.
Feel it. Energy from the netherworld. We must find this temple.
go in there. If you want to live, to stay sane, run now. What's in there is worse than anything I can describe.
Very troubling. It looks like they were trying to summon something into their corpse.
Hey, lift your head.
Please! I didn't do anything! It was that noble! I didn't know he'd do that to her, I swear!
People today just look straight ahead. But peace can be found when you look up instead. Oh, wait. Your eyes see a thief, but I promise, I'm not. I'm just a poet. Let your eyes and ears deceive you not. Might I suggest placing your weapon by your side, and we can talk about whatever you'd like. What you see is what you get. I could be a grave robber, a beggar, or even a merchant. But deep down, I'm a bard, through and through. I sing tales found in every corner of the world. Old and new.
World's fate to be...
I'm here because I had a question for one of the foes lurking around. But it seems he met his end, for he is nowhere to be found. I've wandered this land for years on end, gathering inspirational and thought-provoking knickknacks that twist and bend. When you're out and about, and there are some oddities you'll find, these bits and bobs, they might not be of great use to me, yet they could be exactly what you need to see. But take a peek at what I've got. You might find something. Bandits stormed in, fearless and bold, but a Dragonkin leader took them down, truly a sight to behold. Language of the Dragonkin is not one I know, but I heard them say, Hismar the Berserk Dragon, the continent's one common foe. What was I up to, you inquire? Now that's an interesting answer to desire. You wouldn't believe what safety reveals. A moment which inspired this new poem that details all that I feel.
Can you feel it? Of course not. You're just a mortal. But it's down here. Energy from the netherworld. We need to find the source. Stop more of it escaping. What an unpleasant surprise.
Blade Phantom. Is that you in there? So you finally found a host body?
Oh, look. Karen's loyal little lapdog. Did he send you here to spy on us?
No, but I am here on Lord Charon's service. And I found the source of the disruption here. You see that circular device? That's where the energy is escaping from. Fascinating, isn't it? Drawing out energy from the netherworld. Now you are strong enough to unlock soulstone effects. Tell me, what do you desire to gain from the soulstones? You require more soulstones to unlock more effects. You know about netherworld energy, yes? Well, you need to, if you're joined with the Blade Phantom now. It's the source of all power in the netherworld, and governs the flow of souls. Without it, there would be no netherworld. But now this device is causing that energy to leak out, damaging this mortal world, and disrupting the balance in the netherworld. For the good of both worlds, it must be disabled. The ancient Irradians sensed this energy, and built this temple to worship spiritual entities. But they also created that device, stealing the power of the netherworld. And with it they advanced, significantly. Lord Charon discovered what they were doing, and sent his servants to punish them. For long afterward, this place was forgotten, but now the Dragon King have found it and reactivated the device. The Dragonkin are stealing energy from the netherworld. Punish them, Blade Phantom. Lord Charon demanded their deaths. However, your service to him does not end here, Phantom. That device is only part of the problem. We must find the real reason for the full disruption to the netherworld.
Do you ever stop talking and ordering people around, Scholar? No wonder Charon sent you away. Now leave.
Have
you seen any red stones on your travels? Those are soul stones. They hold ghosts from the netherworld. Sometimes these ghosts end up in the mortal world. There, when their essence wanes, they turn into these soul stones. If you come across any, break them to set the ghosts free. For every ghost you release, I'll give you some of their power in return.
device is still working. Mortal, find a way to deactivate it. victory upon your flesh. Beware, a revenant warrior. They appear in places where netherworld energy has become stagnant. Most are spiteful, malicious creatures, desiring only to fight. But some might give help, if you have something to offer. What is that powerful energy? The leader of the Dragonkin, perhaps?
That energy I can sense. It feels like Hismar's. But how can that be? Why do you look at me like that? Are you here to avenge Hismar?
The power of Hismar!
For so long, this power had threatened the Empire. The power of Hismar, the Berserk Dragon. Fate chose us to be the ones to defeat him. Me and the great mage Ozma. My closest friend and comrade. We were loyal servants of the Emperor, but that loyalty was betrayed. The Emperor, the nobles who falsely accused me, Especially Pavel. They will all pay one day.
The Mage Osma, a traitor too. Yes. And did you hear what they did to him?
Blinded and then executed. Just like a traitor deserves.
Osma, my friend. I swear we will be avenged. Everything has been taken from me. Everything. This place. If there is a hell, then this is surely it. Emperor Palmyria, Pavel. You will both be dragged down here.
Annoying Scholar Defrona was right. That device isn't the reason for what's happening in the Netherworld. We still need to find the cause of the disruption and stop it. Get ready, mortal. We have finished here, but there is still much to be done elsewhere. You see this? The restored energy here has opened up the realm of the living inside the crevice. We should explore it. Here in the crevice lie the realm of souls and the realm of the living. They were sealed off until now due to a lack of netherworld energy. Mortals may come and go from the realm of the living with Charon's permission. In other words, you may bring in those you think will be of use to you. You have done well, mortal. Now we will fulfill our side of the bargain. The thirst for revenge. The sweetest emotion of all. We will enjoy our alliance.
You've opened a way to the realm of the living. Lord Charon commands me to help the Phantom. I suppose that means I have to help you too. The realm of the living is now connected to the Embar's temple. It seems there's someone here who wants to meet you. By the authority given to me by Lord Charon, I have brought them into this realm of the living. I suppose that means I can also help others come here. Do you know about the Redstones, the Codex, or the Lacrima of Circulation? No? Of course not. Well, come find me again if you wish to know more. Souls meant for the Netherworld are disappearing. What's going on in Embers is just a small part of a bigger problem. We need to find out what's causing it, and stop it. Now that you're part of the Netherworld, you can access my codex. It tracks every enemy you've defeated. It responds to Netherworld energy, and remembers every battle you fought. You can revisit these battles in a special space within this book. And in that space, you will be able to hone your skills. I hope it will help you in your journey. Mortal, thanks to the work you did in Embers, you are now able to summon the spirit of advocacy. Bring it to me, and I'll make the spirit of advocacy even stronger. Now you are strong enough to unlock soulstone effects. Tell me, what do you desire to gain from the soulstones? You require more soulstones to unlock more effects. Souls.
Our mission has only just begun. We must find the cause of the disruption in the Netherworld. Use the Blade Nexus to connect with other ghosts. Choose one that will help you find your revenge and aid our mission. If you find an object that holds something a ghost desires, it would be wise to give it to them. Satisfy their cravings, and they'll give you their strength.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Today I've got a monster of a setup for you, an S-tier greatsword build that absolutely melts anything in its path. If you're a fan of massive weapons and devastating power, this one's for you. I'm currently in the final region of the game, and this build has made every encounter, from mobs to endgame bosses, feel like a complete walk in the park. This build uses gear from the mid to late game, including legendary and epic jars that completely change how gear sets work. So now, let's break down everything. The gear, the stats, and the skills that make this greatsword build so damn powerful. This build is all about maximizing your damage output while keeping stamina and charged attacks efficient. That's why we're mixing up gears to create the ultimate build for greatswords, and it works even better if you've unlocked epic and legendary jars. That means to activate a 2-piece passive, you only need 1 gear piece equipped. We've combined pieces from 5 different sets in this build to get the best possible results. As you know, with the greatsword, it's all about charged attacks, and to pull those off effectively, we need a ton of stamina. This build delivers exactly that, maximum charged attack damage with a strong stamina pool to fuel it. Starting with the Crimson Fiend set, we're using 3 pieces from it. The 2-piece bonus gives a 15% damage increase while enraged. Enrage triggers when your stamina drops to 50% or below. The 3-piece bonus gives a 10%
In this video, I'm going to tell you how to get overpowered early with the greatsword in 1st Berserker Khazan. We're going to go over armor sets, the weapon I'm using, and everything else you're going to need to know. What's up? My name is Pastor Gaines. I am a Souls Like an Elden Ring content creator, and let's go ahead and jump right into the video. So the first thing before we get into our skills, I want to take a look at the gear that I am using, as this is one of 2 armor sets I feel like will get you really overpowered early, and if you want to use the other one, it actually will give you an extra healing charge if you're struggling with healing. So we are using the Soul Eaters set. Everything here is going to give us max stamina of 100, enemy defeated health recovery 5%, which is nice, stamina recovery because we are very stamina hungry at this point in the game, brutal attack damage, which is great, and we're also going to learn Phantom Judgment, which we're going to discuss once we get to the skills.
You want my strength? Prove to me you're worthy.
Having a great scaling in strength and proficiency, and it also does some decent damage, especially earlier on in the game. Your necklace and your ring really can be personal preference to you. I am getting large stamina damage increase and also damage increase overall. Any damage can help out this early in the game. But this is definitely the set that I'm using. Not only does it look cool, but it also gives a lot of really good perks earlier on, giving us some great stamina and defense for this portion of the game. And there are 2 places that this armor set can drop for you. First and foremost, you want to head to the Storm Pass, the Trials of the Frozen Mountain, and go to the Tempest Cliff, or head to the Storm Pass Phantom of Combat on this Cliffblade Nexus, because both of these fights are going to be the Phantom. The first Phantom is going to be the one that is actually inside of you, and the second one is going to be the fight you use in order to get to Keshta the Unyielding. Either way, whichever one you decide to farm from the armor set, it shouldn't take too long, and they both have every single piece to it. When it comes to our stats, I'm level 42, so this is definitely early on in the game. I'm not even through that first area, but I am doing really good amount of damage. We are 15 in Vitality, Endurance is 20, like I said, we are still hungry with the greatsword. Strength is 30, willpower is 10, and I'm starting to get the proficiency up a little bit because I want to do more stamina damage in order to break stances and get brutal attacks efficiently. Now, as for the skills, this is where the overpowered nature of this build comes into play. In our swift attack tree, you want to gain savage momentum. You also want to go into Mortal Blow. Mortal Blow is going to allow you to chain your attacks together.
I, Keshta the Unyielding, shall lend you my strength.
Run and chain your attacks, and my favorite in the swift attack tree this early on, Mortal Blow Bloodshed, which is going to allow you to giving us some great, give you an extra healing charge if you're struggling with healing. So we are using the Soul Eaters set. Everything here is going to give us max stamina of 100, enemy defeated health recovery 5%, which is nice, stamina recovery because we are very stamina hungry at this point in the game, brutal attack damage, which is great, and we're also going to learn Phantom Judgment, which we're going to discuss once we get to the skills. For our sword, I'm using the Soul Cleaving Greatsword, as it does just go with the set, having a great scaling in strength and proficiency, and it also does some decent damage, especially earlier on in the game. Your necklace and your ring really can be personal preference to you. I am getting guard stamina damage increase and also damage increase overall. Any damage can help out this early in the game, but this is definitely the set that I'm using. Not only does it look cool, but it also gives a lot of really good perks earlier on, giving us some great stamina and defense for this portion of the game. Now, there are two places that this armor set can drop for you. First and foremost, you want to head to the Storm Pass, the Trials of the Frozen Mountain, and go to the Tempest Cliff, or head to the Storm Pass Phantom of Combat Tempest Cliff Blade Nexus, because both of these fights are going to be the Phantom. The first Phantom is going to be the one that is actually inside of you, and the second one is going to be the fight you use in order to get Keshta the Unyielding. Either way, whichever one you decide to farm for the armor set, it shouldn't take too long, and they both drop every single piece to it. Now, when it comes to our stats, I'm level 42, so this is definitely earlier on in the game. I'm not even through the first area, but I am doing a really good amount of damage. We have 15 in vitality, endurance is 20. Like I said, we are stamina hungry with the greatsword. Strength is 30. Willpower is 10, and I'm starting to get the proficiency up a little bit because I want to do more stamina damage in order to break stances and get brutal attacks off efficiently. Now, as for the skills, this is where the overpowered nature of this build comes into play. In our swift attack tree, you want to gain savage momentum. You also want to go into mortal blow. Mortal blow is going to allow you to chain your attacks together very easily, and as you go down the tree, you're going to be able to run and chain your attacks. And my favorite in the swift attack tree this early on, mortal blow bloodshed, which is going to allow you to do a light attack and then charge your heavy attack, allowing you to do 2 massive slashes and do a lot of damage to your enemy. Now, this is Phantom Judgment. This is what our armor set is going to give us, and it is so fun to use. The advantage of using this is once you exhaust your enemy, get out a ton of damage, and then right before you get a brutal attack off, you can reset their exhaustion with Phantom Judgment. You're going to do a ton of damage very quickly, and then be able to get another fully charged heavy attack off, then get your brutal attack. This is really nice for burst damage and being able to get your boss's health bars down very quickly, much less just normal enemies in the game. So Phantom Judgment is definitely a fun skill to use. The only bad thing in my opinion is the fact that it takes 3 spirit, but if you can pull this off, it's going to be absolutely phenomenal. Moving over into the Potent Blow, we have the first 3 Potent Blow skills unlocked. First and foremost, we are going to be able to increase the reach of our charged Potent Blows, which is really nice. Also, Ghost Arm Block is incredible. This allows you to keep charging, except when someone's about to hit you, you can use a Ghost Arm to parry their attack. And finally, we have Giant Hunt here. Giant Hunt, if you have 2 skill points at level 3, you can charge this up, jump up into the air and smash down on your enemy, which is going to do a lot of damage. Or if you have 1 spirit, it's just going to jump up in the air and slash down. I really like this skill. It ties in very well with our light attacks, and if we do a charged heavy into Potent Blow skills like Giant Hunt, you're going to do a lot of damage. Now, as we move over, I have in the Unbreakable tree Indomitable as well as Heat of Battle. Heat of Battle is going to allow us to gain more poise and take less damage while attacking. You do trade a lot of damage, at least I do in this.
Souls meant for the netherworld are disappearing.
What's going on in Embers is just a small part of a bigger problem. We need to find out what's causing it and stop it.
Es parecido al mío, que es parecido.
I brought my grandson to help you on your journey. Make good use of him. He has a talent for spotting useful items. Now I am needed back at the mountains, but may the blessings of the three go with you.
I am Dweemuk, grandson of Queemuk. She sent me to find you, but with dire news. Brace yourself. It's worse than you can imagine. The beacon in Frau Village has been lit. The Dragonkin are coming. Pavel is likely on his way with his own forces, but if he arrives too late... Wait, Pavel? Yes, he's the Lord and Protector of Frau. Please, we must hurry. If you need anything, just let me know. I've got stuff that might be useful.
Ya que sí.
Second one is endurance. Anytime you attack, anytime you break guard, or anytime you take damage, you're going to be... And it also does some... The first thing before we get into our skills, I want to take a look at the gear that I am using, as this is one of 2 armor sets I feel like will get you really overpowered early, and if you want to use the other one, it actually will give you an extra healing charge if you're struggling with healing. So we are using the Soul Eaters set. Everything here is going to give us max stamina of 100, enemy defeated health recovery 5%, which is nice, stamina recovery because we are very stamina hungry at this point in the game, brutal attack damage, which is great, and And we're also going to learn Phantom Judgment, which we're going to discuss once we get to the skills. For our sword, I'm using the Soul Cleaving Greatsword, as it does just go with the set, having a great scaling in strength and proficiency, and it also does some decent damage, especially earlier on in the game. Your necklace and your ring really can be personal preference to you. I am getting guard stamina damage increase and also damage increase overall. Any damage can help out this early in the game, but this is definitely the set that I'm using. Not only does it look cool, but it also gives a lot of really good perks earlier on, giving us some great stamina and defense for this portion of the game. Now, there are two places that this armor set can drop for you. First and foremost, you want to head to the Storm Pass, the Trials of the Frozen Mountain, and go to the Tempest Cliff, or head to the Storm Pass Phantom of Combat Tempest Cliff Blade Nexus, because both of these fights are going to be the Phantom. The first Phantom is going to be the one that is actually inside of you, and the second one is going to be the fight you use in order to get Keshta the Unyielding. Either way, whichever one you decide to farm for the armor set, it shouldn't take too long, and they both drop every single piece to it. Now, when it comes to our stats, I'm level 42, so this is definitely earlier on in the game. I'm not even through the first area, but I am doing a really good amount of damage. We have 15 in Vitality, Endurance is 20. Like I said, we are stamina hungry with the Greatsword. Strength is 30. Willpower is 10, and I'm starting to get the proficiency up a little bit because I want to do more stamina damage in order to break stances and get brutal attacks off efficiently. Now, as for the skills, this is where the overpowered nature of this build comes into play. In our swift attack tree, you want to gain savage momentum. You also want to go into mortal blow. Mortal blow is going to allow you to chain your attacks together very easily, and as you go down the tree, you're going to be able to run and chain your attacks. And my favorite in the swift attack tree this early on, Mortal Blow Bloodshed, which is going to allow you to do a light attack and then charge your heavy attack, allowing you to do 2 massive slashes and a lot of damage to your enemy. Now, this is Phantom Judgment. This is what our armor set is going to give us, and it is so fun to use. The advantage of using this is once you exhaust your enemy without a ton of damage, and then right before you get a brutal attack off, you can reset the exhaustion with Phantom Judgment. You're going to do a ton of damage very quickly, and then be able to get another fully charged heavy attack off, and then get your brutal attack. This is really nice for burst damage and being able to get your boss's health bars down very quickly, much less just normal enemies in the game. So Phantom Judgment is definitely a fun skill to use. The only bad thing in my opinion is the fact that it is 3 skills, but if you can pull this off, it's going to be absolutely phenomenal. Moving over into the Potent Blow, we have the first 3 Potent Blow skills unlocked. First and foremost, we are going to be able to increase the reach of our charged Potent Blows, which is really nice. Also, Ghost Arm Block is incredible. This allows you to keep charging, except when someone's about to hit you, use the Ghost Arm to throw their attack. And finally, we have Giant Hunt here. Giant Hunt, if you have 2 skill points at level 3, you can charge this up, jump up into the air and smash them on your enemy, which is going to do a lot of damage. Or if you have 1 spirit, it's just going to jump into the air and slash down. I really like this skill. It ties in very well with our light attacks, and if we do the charge heavy into the low skills like Giant Hunt, you're going to do a lot of damage.
The power of Kisma!
We have the Unbreakable Tree Indomitable as well as Heat of Battle. Heat of Battle is going to allow us to gain more poise and gain less damage while attacking. You trade a lot of damage, at least I do in this game with this great sword, so Heat of Battle is what we want to use. And also, going down into Indomitable, when you take damage while you're attacking, you're going to get increased damage and spirit gain. The more health you lose, the more spirit you're going to gain, so it's a kind of high-risk skill. Moving over into Overrun, I have Combat Cadence, which is going to allow us to get a second light attack over dodge. Then we are also using Hell Break. We're going to gain the ability to charge forward and jump up into the air and slash down with both our heavy and our light attacks. I think this is a massive quality of life skill, and I highly recommend it early on, because running up with the greatsword and then shoulder charging just doesn't feel the same and feel as good as the break. Lastly, one of the most important skills in the early game, in my opinion, is Armor Breaker. You're going to be brink guarding a lot, and if you press X immediately after you brink guard, you're going to do a double slash. This is where I get the majority of my damage off when I'm building up spirit, waiting for bosses to attack, and using Armor Breaker. It is a really nice skill, and then we're also going to be using Avenger, which is just going to deal damage to our brink guards, which we do all the time with the Greatsword. And the last skill I have unlocked here in the Greatsword tree is going to be Solid Stance. Basically, we're just going to be more stand around for 5 seconds. After Anytime you attack, anytime you brink guard, or anytime you take damage, you're going to be receiving Spirit, which is going to help with the build overall, especially early on in the game. Now, when it comes to our Phantom, you only have basically 2 unlocked early on in the game here. However, I am definitely going with Keshta the Unyielding. Keshta is going to allow you to get stamina recovery rate, which, as we've discussed before in this build, having extra stamina with the Greatsword is only going to benefit you, and being able to get that stamina back faster is super nice. So this is a no-brainer, especially earlier on. But guys, that is a crash course of First Berserker Khazan, how to get overpowered early with a Greatsword. Damage can help out past the first area, but play in our and do a lot of damage to your
You see this? Here in the crevice lie the realm of souls and the realm of the living. They were sealed off until now, due to a lack of netherworld energy. Mortals may come and go from the realm of the living, with Charon's permission. In other words, you may bring in those you think will be of use to you. You have done well, mortal. Now we will fulfill our side of the bargain. The thirst for revenge. The sweetest emotion of all. We will enjoy our alliance. Our mission.
Good to know you made it all the way here, General Khazan. Just seeing you gives us hope. No, General Khazan. He isn't here yet. That's not like him at all. Whenever the Dragonkin attack, he's always at the front, leading the counterattack. I know he would never abandon his people. He'll be here. I know it. But if he doesn't arrive soon, things might get bad here, very bad. The Dragonkin have been attacking the village for some time now. We thought they were just soldiers from the Dragon War who refused to move on. But this new attack shows how wrong we were. I fear for everyone's safety now.
agitated because of this Pavel.
He was the first one to betray me. Now he will pay.
Over here.
Dragonkin survivors from the war, plundering and killing as if the war never ended.
Fucking bastards! We've got to hold them off!
beacon's been lit. Where's Pavel? We're all gonna die if he doesn't come. You filthy monsters! Take this!
your enemy. And spirit anytime to the unyielding brainer or more to help locked here, but they are huge all the time. Armor are heavy. Moving Now, as we move over, I have in the Unbreakable tree Indomitable as well as Heat of Battle. Heat of Battle is going to allow us to gain more poise and take less damage while attacking. You do trade a lot of damage, at least I do in this game when I'm using the Great Sword, so Heat of Battle is what you want to use. And then also going down into Indomitable, when you take damage while you're attacking, you're going to get increased damage and spirit gain. The more health you lose, the more spirit you're going to gain, so it's a kind of high risk, high reward skill. Moving over into Overrun, I have Combat Cadence, which is going to allow us to get a second light attack after a dodge, and then we are also using Helm Break. We're going to gain the ability to charge forward and jump up into the air and slash down with both our heavy and our light attacks. I think this is a massive quality of life skill, and I highly recommend it early on because running up with the Greatsword and then shoulder charging just doesn't feel the same and feel as good as using Helm Break. Lastly, one of the most important skills in the early game, in my opinion, is Armor Breaker. We are going to be Brink Guarding a lot, and if you press X immediately after you Brink Guard, you're going to do a double slash. This is where I get the majority of my damage off while I'm building up Spirit, waiting for bosses to attack, then using Armor Breaker. It is a really, really nice skill. And then we're also going to be using Avenger, which is just going to deal damage to enemies while performing Brink Guards, which we do all the time with the Greatsword. And the last skill I have unlocked here in the Greatsword tree is going to be Solid Stance. Basically, we're just going to get more stamina recovery rate for 5 seconds after we do a Brink Guard, and more stamina is always great. Moving over into the common tree, there's only 3 things I've unlocked here, but they are huge quality of life. The first one is Indomitable Spirit, the second one is Enduring Spirit, and the third one is Berserk Spirit. Basically, anything you do is going to provide you with more spirit, allowing you to get off some really nice skills. Anytime you attack, anytime you Brink Guard, or anytime you take damage, you're going to be receiving spirit, which is going to help with the build overall, especially early on in the game. Now, when it comes to our Phantom, you only have basically 2 unlocked early on in the game here. However, I am definitely going with Keshta the Unyielding. Keshta is going to allow you to get stamina recovery rate, which, as we've discussed before in this build, having extra stamina with the Greatsword is only going to benefit you, and being able to get that stamina back faster is super, super nice. So this is a no-brainer, especially earlier on. But guys, that is a crash course of First Berserker Khazan, how to get overpowered early with a Greatsword build. So if you guys enjoyed the video, let me know down in the comments, which weapon do you want to see next? Do you enjoy the overpowered series that we're doing currently? And are you excited for more Souls-like or Elden Ring Night Rain coming up? Once again, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate the support, and until next time, really, really nice. Also, go and hunt this skill Heat of, and then let's say kind of, I think this because this is Armor Breaker. We are going to be all the time 5 seconds. They are huge hard, or anytime you take damage, you're going to be receiving Spirit, which is going to help with Swift Attack tree. You want to gain Savage Momentum. You also want Endurance is 20. Like I said, we
complicated than Viper in that he doesn't have nearly as many combos to learn. Instead, you'll spend most of your time learning not to die from his fire damage and avoiding his fire AoEs. Note that equipping fire resistance gear and bringing items to counter burn status effects is recommended for this fight, such as fire resistance elixir or fire cleanse potion. We'll start with phase 1 first. His first combo is a 2-hit combo where he'll bring his hammer down vertically on you twice in a row. This attack has a long windup, so don't bring guard too early. Additionally, you can parry this attack rather easily with a little practice. I recommend blocking the first attack and parrying the second, as this allows you to get the rhythm of his attack down a bit easier. He has a 4-hit combo in this phase where he'll swing his chisel and then follow up with delayed vertical strikes with the hammer and chisel, and then do a jumping attack when he hits with both the hammer and chisel simultaneously. In this phase, he also has a special move where he'll raise up and then he will be vulnerable for a few seconds while trying to pull a jib out and some hit hit. Once he hits about 80% health, he'll climb to the upper platform and jump down onto a huge AoE. Follow him and climb the ladder to the upper platform, and nullify this attack together. From this point onward in the fight, you'll have to watch out for his attack when he makes his hit potions together and throws the chisel on fire. This will allow you to begin building up the burn status effect with every chisel attack, and you can deal damage to the guard and bring progress. You will continue to use this throughout the fight to keep up the burning pressure on you. Put out the chisel, you can bring guard chisel attacks and take chip damage from speakers of flame, or you can use the chisel while instead of the crash. Make sure you dodge and stay away from the beats in order to keep your fuse system far from the line. He has a burst attack in this phase where he stomps the ground and then charges at you. Make sure you wait until he is just about to hit you before counterattacking, not before or you take damage. In this phase, you do the same move where you thrust the chisel into the ground and hammer. This time, you need to fire AoE in the ground and pull the chisel out and burst the void. He has a 4-hit combo in this phase where he alternates 1 or 2 strikes with the chisel hammer with a slightly delayed hit. Make sure to bring guard or dodge if you need to. His big combo in this phase is a spinning attack where he hits quickly with both hands and then falls over. this happens, just sprint or dodge away to avoid his AoE attack. Then he will be vulnerable for a few seconds while trying to pull the chisel out so you can get him some damage. Once he hits about 80% health, he'll climb to the upper platform and jump down onto you in a huge AoE. If you follow him and climb the ladder to the upper platform, you can nullify this attack altogether. From this point onward in the fight, you'll have to watch out for his attack where he bangs his hammer and chisel together and coats the chisel in fire. This will allow him to begin building up the burning status effect on you with every chisel attack, and even deal damage through your guard and brick guards. He will continue to use this throughout the fight to keep up the burning pressure. Put out the chisel, bring guard chisel attacks, and take flame chip damage from extinguishing flame, or you can hit the chisel while it's embedded in the ground. Make sure you dodge and stay away when you need to in order to keep your flame resistance bars from filling up too high. He has a burst attack in this phase where he stomps the ground and then starts saying. Make sure you wait until he's just about to hit you before counterattacking, and not before or you take damage. In this phase, you'll do the same move where he thrusts the chisel into the ground, except this time he'll hit the fire AoE in the ground and pulls the chisel out, which comes to avoid. He has a coordinate combo in this phase where he alternates horizontal strikes with the chisel hammer and slams the blade from him. Make sure to break guard or dodge when you need to. His big combo in this phase is a spinning attack where he hits quickly with both hammer and chisel, and then follows up with a random vertical hammer and chisel attacks for a total of 6 hits. Hit the first attack he must counterattack. Only the chisel triggers flame buildup and blocking, so you can break guard this combo easily enough if your flame resistance bar is not too high, or you can carry it. When you see the link is chisel and thrust into the ground, this is your cue to go down to the bottom platform or to climb up the ladder on the platform, depending on which platform you're on. So you will do a AoE that will hit the entire platform on each way. The main challenge of this fight is to avoid catching on fire and getting the hang of the timing of these 2 burst attacks that he does. Fire resistance gear goes a long way, and you will eventually be happy whenever you see the burst attacks.
A moment, please. I just wanted to thank you for saving me. I owe you my life.
I'm looking for Pavel, the nobleman. Do you know where I can find him?
Oh, I wonder... Are you the great General Khazan? Polemian Castle. That's where Pavel will be. He gave orders to evacuate, but if he's not here, then the situation at the castle must be serious enough to keep him away from the battle.
And what's the fastest way there?
The path through the Scoffer Cave. It's dangerous, though. Please, let me be your guide there. It will be an honor to help a true hero of the Empire.
A hero. Perhaps once. But not.
The villagers loved Volbino, thinking of it as their protector. The beast was so friendly, the children even had a pet name for it, Volby. But one day, it disappeared from the village, and when it returned, it was changed, turned violent and aggressive. With this, and the Dragonkin attacking too, I don't understand what's happening now.
Normal enemies in the game, so Phantom Judgment is definitely a fun skill to use. The only bad thing in my opinion is the fact that it takes 3 spirits. First and foremost, we are going to be able to increase the reach of our charged potent blows, which is really, really nice. Also, Ghost Arm Block is incredible. This allows you to keep charging, except when someone's about to hit you, you charge this up. Now, as we move over damage, at least I do in this game when I'm using the Great Sword, so Heat of Battle is what you want to use. And then also going down into Indomitable, when you take damage while you're attacking, you're going to get increased damage and spirit gain. The more health you lose, the more spirit you're going to gain, so it's a kind of high risk, high reward dodge. And then we are also using Helm Break. We're going to gain the ability to charge forward and jump up into the air and slash down with both our heavy and our light attacks. I think this is a massive quality of life skill, and I highly recommend it early on because running up with the greatsword and then shoulder charging just doesn't feel the same and feel as good as using Helm Break. Lastly, one of the most
Let me guide you.
We will honor our...
A creature that
Do you need my... Now you are strong enough to unlock Soulstone effect. Tell me, what do you desire to gain from the Soulstones? You require more Soulstones to unlock more effects.
Thank you. General, there's been someone here looking for you. Strange guy. He's got a jar on his head and a rose in his mouth. He said he can help with your revenge mission. He's near Frau Village. Might be worth a visit.
The quickest route to Polemian is through Scoffer Cave. It's truly an honor to be here with you, General. I never imagined this would happen.
Thank you.
I've been waiting for you for ages. Almost nodded off, and my precious jars nearly took a tumble.
Who are you?
Now, calm down. I'm Danjan, a jar enthusiast. Straight to the point, I see. Not one for pleasantries, are you? But there's a big betrayal ahead. Oh, already been stabbed in the back? How unfortunate. Anyway, I've got these jars I've been collecting. They're all dear to me, each with its own special story. But wouldn't you know it, some weirdos came and wrecked the cradle of jars. And now all my jars have run away. My jars love to hide in other jars. Weird, huh? So if you happen to see a jar, break it open for me, would you? Oh, so you want to become a jar enthusiast too?
What? No.
Jars can hold more than you think. They've got stories. Secrets. One of them might just have what you need for your revenge. So, does that pique your interest? I am none other than Danjan. This name isn't just handed out. Collect those jars, and maybe you too can earn the title of Danjan.
I'm not interested.
Remember, there are 6 jars you need to find. 6.
So, I need to smash these jars.
No sé si les pase muy seguido, pandilla, pero ¿se han preguntado qué hubiese pasado si en algún momento de su vida hubieran tomado una decisión diferente? Ya saben, intentar responder preguntas bien cósmicas como ¿qué hubiera pasado si en lugar de estudiar comunicación social en la UAM Xochimilco me hubiera enfocado en, no sé, medicina? ¿Dónde estaría? ¿Sería el doctor vikingo del amor? Justo ese es el tipo de reflexiones que haremos en The Alters, un título en tercera persona que combina un par de géneros y que es desarrollado por el talentoso estudio de 11-Bit Studios, creadores de grandes juegos como This War of Mine y el tremendísimo Frostpunk. Aunque pasó un tanto desapercibido por la sombra de cosas como el Summer Game Fest y Nintendo Switch 2, no podíamos dejar pasar la oportunidad de hablar de esta interesante propuesta. Después de estarlo jugando con algo de calma, estamos listos para responder a la clásica pregunta: ¿vale la pena? Será mejor que te juntes todo el Rapidium que puedas, porque aquí te contamos. Como marcan las sagradas escrituras de la Santa Matriz, respondamos a la pregunta: ¿de qué trata The Alters? Aquí tomaremos el control de Jan Dolsky, un trabajador espacial que termina siendo el único sobreviviente de una expedición minera en un planeta hostil. Al ser el único humano con vida en ese planeta, el señor Dolsky debe encontrar la forma de sobrevivir en este lugar inhóspito. ¿Cómo podrá hacerlo? Bueno, para sobrevivir, Jan tendrá que mejorar y dar mantenimiento a la base móvil, una especie de rueda gigante que lo ayudará a desplazarse por el planeta, evitando el implacable rayo del sol. Obviamente, la tarea resulta imposible para un solo hombre, por lo que Dolsky tendrá que clonarse, o mejor dicho, ramificarse, utilizando Rapidium, un recurso extremadamente raro, y la computadora cuántica de la base. Como ya estarás deduciendo, estas nuevas versiones de Jan no son clones normales. Cada uno de ellos tendrá habilidades y personalidades distintas gracias al proceso de clonación que cambia momentos específicos en la vida de Dolsky. De esta forma, en lugar de convertirse en el Jan que controlamos, tendremos, por ejemplo, un Jan Dolsky botánico. El objetivo es simple: con ayuda de sus clones, Jan Dolsky tiene que encontrar la forma de aguantar hasta ser rescatado por Allied Corp, la empresa responsable de la expedición. Obviamente, a lo largo de la aventura nos enfrentaremos al malvado mundo corporativo, cuya ambición y sed de poder resultan insaciables. Con eso tienes para saber de qué va el juego. Ya sabes, aquí procuramos no arruinarte la experiencia narrativa. Lo que sí te podemos decir es que la trama de The Alters es interesante y cuenta con un sabor fresco que resulta una mezcla agridulce, pero de esas que te motivan a comerte el plato completo. Por un lado, la curiosidad de conocer más Alters y ver cómo hubiera cambiado la vida de Jan te mantendrá pegado al control, pero por el otro, enfrentarte a la reflexión profunda sobre las decisiones de la vida puede llegar a ser un ejercicio abrumador. Claro, aquí depende de qué tanto sepas lidiar con tus emociones, pero ese es asunto de cada quien. Tenía un buen rato que no nos enfrentábamos a una narrativa que nos cuestionara, que nos invitara a hacer este tipo de ejercicios filosóficos, y en ese sentido, The Alters es de lo mejor que nos hemos topado en el 2025. Muy bonito y todo, pero ¿cómo se juega The Alters? Estamos frente a un juego de acción y gestión en tercera persona en el que nuestra actividad principal será recolectar y administrar recursos. Como te decíamos hace unos momentos, tu principal objetivo será escapar del sol y reparar la base móvil para sobrevivir hasta que llegue el equipo de rescate. Esto implica que tendrás que recolectar recursos, realizar reparaciones y explorar el planeta en busca de materiales que puedan ser utilizados en tu aventura. Desde metales hasta Rapidium, tu principal actividad será buscar la forma de adquirir más de estos materiales. Recuerda que no puedes manejar la base móvil tú solo, así que tendrás que traer más Alters a este mundo. Dependiendo de las necesidades de la base, deberás escoger al Alter correcto. Por ejemplo, si quieres desarrollar nueva tecnología que te ayude a explorar el planeta, debes de crear al Jan científico. Solo el Alter indicado podrá trabajar en ciertas instalaciones, así que si creas un laboratorio de investigación y luego un Jan botánico para trabajar ahí, pues no le va a sacar hasta la última gotita de tuétano, es decir, no le va a sacar provecho. Lo bueno es que esta actividad no es precisamente aleatoria. Los otros Alters y tus contactos en Allied Corp te irán sugiriendo qué necesitas hacer para continuar con tu misión. Obviamente, no todo será tan sencillo, y a lo largo de tu aventura tendrás que resolver varios problemas sistemas para que la base siga su camino. Ahora, una cosa es recolectar los recursos y otra es administrarlos. Para empezar, debes satisfacer los básicos de la vida de tus alters: la comida, el descanso, el trabajo y la recreación. Si no cumples con estos requisitos, los alters vivirán enfadados y te arriesgas a que se rebelen y, claro, a que trabajen menos. Ojo, porque el tiempo no funciona de la misma manera que en la Tierra. De hecho, a nosotros nos pareció que pasaba demasiado rápido, y pronto te darás cuenta de que, aunque empieces tu día a las 7 AM en punto, el tiempo no te alcanzará para hacer todo lo que necesitas. Eso significa que también tendrás que administrar tu tiempo, porque realizar una reparación, trabajar en las minas o hasta preparar alimentos implica gastar varias horas del día, por lo que tienes que tener tus prioridades bien claras. Por ejemplo, si te estás quedando sin filtros antirradiación, deberás fabricar más antes de que tus alters sufran daños por radiación y tengas que hacer que descansen en la enfermería, reduciendo su jornada laboral. ¿Y dónde está la acción? Realmente, The Alters incluye muy poca. Es más una experiencia de gestión y de reflexión. Pero sí hay 2 que 3 elementos que te darán un extra de diversión. El primero es que, a cierta hora de la noche, la radiación del planeta alcanzará niveles peligrosos. Así que regresar a tu base será tu prioridad número 1.
Oh. Only 6? Wow. The others must have ran off really far away. Hey! Looks like you're becoming quite the jar enthusiast. You can see them now, huh? If you want to know more, just bring me more jars. I'll be waiting. Oh, hey. You still haven't found all my jars yet? Please hurry. Okay? Jars hold more secrets than you'd imagine, and are useful in more places than you'd expect. Once you bring those jars to me, I'll make it worth your while. I've got some real prizes stashed away. My jars are the most gorgeous things in the world. There's a whole community of jar enthusiasts for a reason, you know? Why in the world would I lose my precious jars, you ask? Oh, come on. As if I did it on purpose. Anyway, I'd really appreciate it if you could find those jars for me. Who knows? Perhaps there's something useful tucked away inside.
A creature that resembles a deer and has its own name? You don't say. I suppose you're bound to see some strange things after enough years on this world.
You are agitated because of this Pavel.
He was the first one to betray me. Now he will pay. Dragonkin survivors from the war, plundering and killing as if the war never ended.
Qué Verónica. Ah, tú estás atrasado, yo quiero ver el stream. Adelante el stream. ¿Pero estás viendo lo que estoy haciendo ahora o estás viendo lo anterior? Yo creo que estás en lo anterior, probablemente. Ya, bueno, yo me voy a ir yendo por hoy día, la verdad. Así que nada, voy a estar mañana. ¿Hasta qué hora? El domingo, el lunes. Ya los veo.